Attention in the cow barn. First call, 12-month and under heifers. First call, make your way to the holding pen, please. Our judge today, Mr. Gary Clayton, retired county extension agent, currently raising heifers in Dublin, Texas. One of his claims to fame is he has been married 41 years to Cindy. 3 children, all grown and out of the house. He coached state and national winning 4-H livestock judging teams. Y'all welcome Mr. Gary Clayton here today. 2026 Hayes County Livestock. Second call, 12-month and under heifers to the holding pen. Second call.
Hello? Testing. Hello, everyone. We are about to pray. Please take off your hats and bow your head. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for the cattle entrusted to our care and for the early mornings, long days, and lessons they've taught us. Please watch over every exhibitor, family, and animal here today. Keep us safe, humble in success, and gracious in disappointment, no matter the outcome. Help us leave the ring proud of our work and thankful for this opportunity. Amen. Good luck.
Hello? Okay. We will now sing the national anthem. Host, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at twilight's last? Christ's heart to the
Last call, 12 and under heifers to the holding pen, please. Last call. Class 2 heifers, make your way towards the holding pen, please. Get ready. Class 2 heifers. Our show sponsors for the heifer show today, for the Grand Champion Buckle, Green Catcher Ranch, Reserve Champion Heifer, Odell Excavation and Equipment. Y'all see these folks, tell them thanks for helping us out.
Yes. Test. Well, first, let me say thank y'all for inviting me back here this year. I really enjoyed this show last year, and it is sure a pleasure to be back here. Really good cattle and good people last year, and I appreciate y'all moving the show. I don't know whose idea that was, but I like this noon start instead of a 4 o'clock deal. I got to do one next week at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and that kind of gets into feeding time a lot of times, so the cattle are not as easy to look at when they're little rambunctious. Really good class of heifers, and we may say that a lot today, but in this particular class, it is true. So when you get in here, I'm not a big trend-setting kind of guy that you got to keep the two Angus heifers together or whatever, though they do kind of balance together. I think trends are overrated, but I think this is a pace setter. And I like the heck out of this ARB female. If you really look at her, she's the most different thing out here. She blends together just so nicely from front to rear, rear to front. I love her underline. When you get this heifer moving, she definitely covers her track, and she's got good cushion on those pasterns. Plenty of muscle, plenty of rib, and plenty of femininity. I think that's an awfully good brood cow masquerading as a show heifer today. And she's pretty dang good show heifer. Congratulations, this young lady. That's a nice female. The two Angus females that comes next, there's some things about the third place heifer that I could say excels your second place female, but I think the best package for me, the one that combines the most characteristics that I like, are in this female right here. Now, young man, I'm going to tell you a little secret. Those front feet are just a little further forward than she needs to be. I'm not here to embarrass anybody on the microphone, but that gathering her up makes a lot of difference in the way this female looks on the profile. She's a good female. I love her rib shape, the body in this female. I think certainly she's feminine enough. And again, much like the heifer that went out in front of her, she is extremely sound when you put her on the move. And I love her pasterns. I love the step that she takes. I don't think she has just a little advantage in smoothness and the way she blends over our third place heifer here. Really good female there in second. If you wanted to use her to win the class, I sure considered it long and hard. Believe me, that's a good female in second. The heifer that comes at us in third might be just a hair bigger bone than the heifer in second. Really another good, nice female in her own right. I like the extension of up through her front end. I like the way her neck ties into her shoulder. She tends to get just a little up in that loin when you put her on the go, and that may be something that's correctable, but that's why she's third. Takes a great step, but again, just a little bit up in that loin when you get her on the move, so that's why she's third. Now, in this class, there was a pretty good variation in 8 ages, and man, I love this little gal right here. I hate it that she's in here with these old big heifers, because this one is really a stud. I love the way she blends. I love the muscle thickness. I think it's okay to have a little muscle in a female, and this one's got it. I like the thickness she has. I like her length of body and the way her underline matches her top line in terms of strength and levelness. Really good fronted. But fourth, all I can do today. I'm sorry, because I do like her. She's just not as much cow as those that went out in front of her, okay? But don't you hang your head. That's a good heifer. The heifer that concludes our class is a little mini, and she gives up a lot as well, as you would expect a mini to. But man, this young lady does a good job with her. She's really put together nice. She blends nice, decently balanced. There's no question about that. Just giving up a little too much power today to the heifers that went out before. But another good female, good experience for you, and a good job feeding this mini. Congratulations to all these exhibitors. Let's give them a round of applause, if you would.
Results for Class 1 heifers. First place, Miss Shelby Cox. Second place, William Dornack. Third place, Penelope Soto. Fourth place, Huck Thomas. And fifth place, Sloan Studebaker. Last call, Class 2. First call, Class 3 heifers. First call, Class 3 heifers. To the holding pen, please.
Another a good class of heifers. We're going to start out with the shorthorn female. I think the one, again, that combines the most characteristics that I'm looking for in a show heifer and one that could potentially be a brood cow for you. I like the calm and collected demeanor of this female. She's clean-chested, long neck. I think certainly takes a good enough step. She lines up just a little bit better down her top line, a little more even and smooth in that top line. I like the length of rump in this female. I think just a good heifer to lead off with in this class. The girt female that comes next, you can certainly use excuses to put her ahead of the shorthorn. Just a little more common in terms of her front end, not quite as even down her top line, but you got to love the center of her body, the muscle thickness when you get behind her, and the soundness you see in this girt female. Another very good female in this class. The little Aberdeen, the little mini Aberdeen, look at the straightness of top in this female and the strength or the levelness of the underline on this heifer. But when she gets out to move, she wants to walk just a little outside herself. Like to change that about her. But that's a good little Aberdeen female. Just not quite enough beast to get ahead of these other two in the class today. But congratulations to these in this class. Give them a round of applause, please.
Our results. Class 2 heifers, first place, Mr. Leighton Robinson. Second place, Mr. William Zellhart. Third place, Lily Huckabee.
a lot of variety in this class, different breeds, different ages, but to me, the logical place to start or to land it as your class winners is Santa Gertrudis female. Very smooth, very nice to look at, very, very balanced. I like the youthfulness and freshness you see in this female for a heavy bred. And while that udder's not perfect, I do see good teat size and uniformity there in that. We'll see what happens after the first or second calf. You'll know whether, just how good a quality that udder really is. But I do like the smoothness and the balance in this female. Love the extended front end, just very feminine, very nice to look at. Good female, young man. And she is due to calve here in a couple of weeks. So, yes, give him a round of applause. Good job. The shorthorn heifer is one that I like a great deal, probably one that just needs to be out on a wheat hay, fed a little harder maybe, to give her just a little more belly, and maybe we ought to breed her. He and I had that discussion. At this age, she probably needs to have a big old calf inside her. And so I honestly really considered moving her down to third because of that, but I just love the straightness of lines. I like the feminine characteristics, length of neck, a really good female. Just needs a little more to her through that center body, I think, if you're going to compete with that Gert female that goes out of here first. The semi-heifer that comes next is one that has got a lot of good to her. Big bone, she's big-footed, probably the heaviest muscled female that we've got in the class, but with that she gets just a little coarser as we look at her in that front 1/3. Sure like to change the way that tail head exits too, just to tone that down a bit and make her balance up a little bit nicer from hooks to pins, but a good female nonetheless, and another one that's heavy bred. So good heifer there in third. The mini, not a bad mini at all. I like her bone. I love her foot size and length of body. Congratulations, young lady. I like her length of side. I think there's a great deal of good in here, just not quite enough beast, not quite enough, what I would say, not enough pizzazz there or eye appeal there to get her above what we've got at the top of this class, but still a decent mini female for sure. Congratulations to all four of these. Let's give them a round of applause.
Results for Class 3. First place, Williams Elhart. Second place, Layden Robinson. Third place, Riley Coco. Fourth place, Caitlin Partain. We need first and second from Class 1. First and second from Class 2 heifers to the holding pen, please. And Class 3. Our buckles for our champion, donated by Dreamcatcher Ranch. Our reserve champion buckle, donated by Odell Excavation and Equipment. Y'all see Keely and Roy, tell them thank you for helping us out always.
Well, congratulations to these that have made it out here to the top in the heifer show. And while you didn't have a great deal of numbers, the quality here was very good today, and something to be said for that for sure. As we look at the heifer that came out of Class 1, the ARB female, what a good place to start the day, in my opinion. You know, I called her a pace setter, and I don't think anything's changed about that. She is really one that you can start a herd with. You love the way she blends, the balance, the eye appeal. Plenty of muscle in this female. I love the femininity that she brings to the table as well. Super good on those pasterns, and it doesn't hurt to have the little green sweater showing this thing. She does a good job of getting her presented as well. The young man with the shorthorn female, I love this female. I like her length of side, maybe just a tick bigger bone than some of the others we've seen today. Probably could have just a little more push in terms of feeding program, just to get her a little further along the road, in my opinion. And she wants to taper just ever so slightly when you get right behind her hooks to pins. Good female nonetheless, and one that takes a real good step. I like the foot size, I like the cushion, I like the length of front and femininity in that female as well. Young man's Gert heifer is one that you just got to appreciate, to me, the freshness in her. She's fixing to pop out a baby here in 2 weeks, and man, she just looks as fresh and cool as you'd want one to look. And again, like I said earlier, I'm not saying that's a perfect udder, but there's certainly some good things about it. I do like the teat size and uniformity in that female. I love the length of side, really nicely presented in terms of just being smooth, clean, and very shiny today. I like those things about her. As we look at those here in our second place, this Angus heifer, a super good female in her own right. Stands wide here at the base. She's probably one of the better presented females we've seen today. You've got to like that about her. Boy, she's clipped in there pretty and smooth and neat and very attractive. If I had to change her, probably like to make her just a little stouter coming up out of the front of those shoulders up on top. Wants to get just a little easy right there, but still, that's getting pretty picky on an awfully good female. The Gert female, you know, as we had her in class with the shorthorn, she just doesn't balance up quite as nicely to me as the shorthorn heifer, and once again gets just a little bit easy in that top line, a little bolder and coarser in her shoulder, but man, that's going to make a tremendous cow. There's a lot of good in that female as well. The shorthorn that comes last, we criticized her because she's not bred. I'd like to see a baby in that female. Good heifer, sound made, going to make a good cow if we can get a baby in that cow. That said, you know, I've always been that, you know, if you could back your trailer up here and take one home, which one would you take home? And to me, that's an easy selection today. It'd be this heifer right here on this end. That's a really good, I don't care what breed she is, that's a good heifer. Congratulations to this young lady. Well, he brings, you know, we just mentioned this little Angus female. He brings her in here, just a tremendous amount of volume and body in this female. I think she's going to make an awfully good cow as well. She's going to be your reserve champion here today. Congratulations, young man, with the Angus.
baby.
ABC steers to the holding pen, please. ABC steers to the holding pen. Class 1, ABC steers to the holding pen. Folks, in the heifer show, grand champion heifer receiving the award from Dreamcatcher Ranch, Miss Shelby Cox. Our reserve champion heifer receiving the award from Keeley and Odell Excavation and Equipment, William Dornack.
On our first class here, lightweight American steers, some differences to talk about in these two, and besides just the color, we're going to start with the red steer. Just a little better conditioned, in my opinion. I like the way he handles down his top and over his rib. He is deeper sided, and when you get behind him, just carries just a notch more muscle than we see in the black steer behind him. And I don't know about y'all's ranch, but at my ranch, attitude does matter, and I do like the attitude much better on this red calf. The steer in second, I love the bone, I love the foot size. He just needs a little to relax and stay at the feed trough a little longer. He's just a little green for what we're needing here today, but still a really a calf with a ton of potential. Again, just a little angry today. So we're going to start with the red steer, and the black calf will be in second. Congratulations to these two.
Our results, Class 1, first place, Ms. Riley Coco. Second place, Ezra Studebaker. Class 2, last call, Class 2. Class 3 British. Class 3 British. Start making your way to the holding pen, please. We will need Class 1 from the ABC, first and second place, to the holding pen.
two good American steers here. The one that I think has or possesses the greatest number of those good characteristics that I really want in a show steer is going to be this yellow steer, or I guess yellow. I don't know what you call him, but really, really a nice American cross calf. I think the balance and eye appeal in him is evident. Really good fronted, big hipped. He's wide at the pins and carries that thickness down low. Love him through the center of his body. I think just a really nice calf to start off with. The calf that comes second in class is one that's got a lot of good as well. Maybe a different end point is my guess than the calf that beats him. But he's big topped, and when you handle him, he's got some shape down at top, some muscle shape and condition there. He gets out and moves fine. He's just a little awkward sometimes in the way he moves. I think he's a little anxious out here today, but plenty of muscle, plenty of look, plenty of body in this calf, just not quite the show steer of the calf that wins this class today. But that's two really good American steers. Congratulations to you two. Well, my trainer agent back in 1980s told me when you know what you're going to do in a class, don't prolong it, just do it and get on, because people want to move on to the next class. And so I think when you look at this pair of steers, it's pretty evident where we need to go. Even though I do like the red steer and a lot of characteristics he possesses, he gets just a little deeper chested than what we'd want in terms of trying to balance one up, a little coarser maybe this hock. The obvious one, in my opinion, is the yellow steer the young lady has. I think just a super nice calf to lead off with. He'll be your champion in the American breeds. Congratulations to her. We bring the other calf back, the second place in that class, and I think surely there's enough product there and enough condition there to get this calf bumping up close to that choice grade anyway. This is going to be your reserve champion, the heavyweight. Congratulations to this young man.
Our reserve champion in ABC, with the buckle donated by Odell Excavation and Equipment, Ms. Shelby Cox. Our reserve champion, with a buckle donated by Odell Excavation and Equipment, Mr. Dylan Lee. British, Class 4. Make your way to the holding pen, please. British, Class 4. Make your way to the holding pen, please.
Well, this class of, I'm assuming this is listed as British. I didn't even look, but British cattle. It looks like all shorthorns out here to me. We found one that kind of eases his way to the top, at least in my mind. And, you know, I made my mind up a long time ago on these clipped and unclipped deals that if it's close, it's going to the one that's clipped. But this isn't close to me. This is a good beast. When you put the clippers on this guy, he is going to look like a different one, shine like a new penny in my mind. He's really good and extended to his front end. I love the angles from the point of that shoulder down to the ground. I think there's plenty of body there, plenty of muscle, just a really nice steer that surfaces in this particular class. The steer in second, when he calms down, is one that you like to look at as well. But attitude isn't his only problem. When you get your hands on him, he's just overdone, in my opinion, just a little bit past 12 o'clock in terms of his condition. I'm sure as a baby, this guy looked awesome. Really big-bodied, big out of his forerib, certainly clean enough through his chest floor and big enough top. But again, I don't like that attitude, and I really would like to see him just a little bit less finish down that top and over that rib cage. The next calf in class is a little greener. The young lady tells me they've got him targeted for Houston. That's exactly where he needs to go, there or somewhere later even. But there's a lot of things this guy can have done to him legally. I told her legally that you can do to this guy that it will make him a really good Houston steer. Love the way he comes out of the top of his shoulder down to that tail head. I mean, just really level and cool there. He's got a good underline. I think plenty of muscle in this calf. I just think the harder you feed him and get him going, the better he's going to look every day of his life. That's a nice steer there in third place. With 200 pounds, he probably wins this class. Good calf in third. The steer that concludes our class, you've got to like the forerib and the center body dimension, the bone in this guy. He's just too straight. When you look at him through his front end, he's just too straight from that shoulder and the forearm down to the ground. I'd like to change that about him if we're going to get him higher in class. Good class of shorthorn steers. Let's give them a round of applause if you would.
British Class 4, last call. British Class 4, last call. British Class 3 results. First place, Clayton Dole. Second place, Calvin Kinley. Third place, Olivia De La Paz. Fourth place, Emery Huckabee. Class 5 British, start making your way to the holding pen, please. Class 5 British, start making your way to the holding pen, please. Our buckles for the British class champion buckle donated by Hill Country Wastewater Services. Reserve champion British, KK Cattle Company.
This is a really good pair of steers here at the top of this class. Certainly some things to talk about, difference in them. I'm still not sure how these things are going to run in terms of the British deal. The young lady says trying to run Angus here, and I think he's certainly got the breed character to fit that. I'm guessing Shorthorn down here, but I'm not. I mean, that'd be my guess. The red steer's going to win the class. He's got him in second, but young man, you need to pull Uno right up there into numero uno, because that's where he needs to be, and that's his name, is Uno. This is a good beast. When he walks in, you got to study to see if you can find something you really don't like about him. And yeah, he's probably just a tick coarser, maybe that front 1/3. I don't like to start out negative on my class winner, but I had to look hard to find something I really didn't like. He's not as long and dense in terms of his hair coat as the one behind him, but man, the bone, the foot size, and the muscle, those three are an advantage to this red steer. And so when you start taking this guy and saying, well, he's dang sure a nice show steer, and he's also got the most product, he has to be here. He's got to be first. Okay, so good job. I just love the square hip and the depth of muscle in this guy. Really gets out and takes a good step. And again, biggest bone, biggest footed calf probably in this class. The Angus steer, when he walked in, I thought that one's going to be at the top. And he is. I mean, he's in the top third of this class, but really like his top line. I love the way he handles. Plenty of muscle in him for an Angus to get that brand down the road at Fort Worth or wherever else you might take him. Just a little shorter neck than I'd like. I'd like to stretch that out just a little bit, give him maybe a little more bone, and sometimes you do the bone, maybe you're not an Angus, but that's a nice steer here in second. Great job of getting him shown. Love him through the forerib and center of his body as well. Good calf there in second place. Young man standing in third is just kind of logically falls right there, in my opinion. You had two at the top. You got two at the bottom that we'll talk about here in just a minute, and he's the one that just kind of fell in the middle when you really start analyzing in terms of look and product. And when you handle him, he's got more muscle down his top and quarter than either of the steers behind him. He's sound. I think he's one that managed right, could sure make a nice slick shear steer for this young man. So a good calf that comes in third in this class. I like the black steer that comes next in terms of his frame and straightness of lines. He just needs a little more muscle. I told them when we walked up and talked to him individually, you know, the highest price cuts on this guy are missing. He needs just a little more of those higher price cuts down that top line and loin to get any higher in class, but presented very nicely. He's sound, good body, good levelness of hip, just not enough to him to get any higher in class. Young lady that concludes the class, man, does a jam-up job of getting one stuck. She is our queen, by the way. Somebody had to tell me that. She's the queen here today, so she answers to Queenie. Big bone, big-footed, really takes a good step. I love the straightness of lines in this calf, underline, top line. Needs more body to me. I'd like to see him with more body. Like to see him with a higher percentage of those high-price cuts as well. But a good steer, good job getting him shown. Congratulations to those in this class.
Our results, Class 4 British. First place, Mr. Williams Elhart. Second place, Ms. Kelsey Tovar. Third place, Emery Huckabee. Fourth place, Sloan Studebaker. And fifth place, Jose Soto.
Well, another good class here, particularly at the top end of this British class. We're going to start with this shorthorn appearing steer, and while he's not without fault, I think he is the one that most closely approaches that adjective, or just a nice steer. Good angles up front. It gets a little choppy when you put him on the move up front, but I'm telling you, I love the full ribbon body in this guy. Love the way he handles down his top. Plenty of muscle, plenty of finish in this guy. Just a really nice steer. Really good to see a second grader out here showing one, getting ready for next year. So all you third graders out there, be on notice. This young man's gonna be here a while. So good job. The Hereford that comes next, one, you got to like him and like the things that might be able to happen to him over the next month or so, depending on whatever show you want to go to with this guy. Really long-sided, big boned. He's sound in his makeup. For me, just a little bit elevated in terms of his skeletal frame. For me, what's his end point going to be? I don't know, but he's a big old boy. He's not too big today. He's not too heavy. Very nicely presented. He's got good top shape. He's very even in his condition. I think a lot of good in him. Just time will tell whether or not he's going to hold on and get one of those sale slots somewhere down the line. But there's a lot of beast there, but there's a lot of room for more beast as well on that frame. So good job of getting him shown. Nice steer there in second. The steer in third, again, we talked about last class. I think he's kind of logically fits here. Not quite as cool and eye-appealing as the top two in class, but certainly has more muscle than the steer in fourth. I like the soundness. Look at the foot size in this guy. And, man, he gets out there and takes a step. Really good in terms of his underline and top line, the way they match. Just doesn't have the muscle to get ahead of what he is right there. And that's just his best look is right there. Good job, young lady. Just not quite enough beast to get one of those top two cell holes. But young man that concludes their class, I believe this calf belongs to the little lady in front of him. He's easily the lightest muscle, narrowest base steer in the class. If you look at where he stands on his hind wheels and front wheels, just not a lot of width at base there. And so with that, there's not a lot of width when you handle him down his top. Now, he is as level a top calf we've got in the class. I love him from hooks to pins and down his top line and underline. Just not enough beast there to place him any higher today. Congratulations to these four in this class. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
Need first and second from Class 3, first and second from Class 4, first and second from Class 5 British. To the holding pen, please. Our results, Class 5 British. First place, Huck Thomas. Second place, Shelby Cox. Third place, Penelope Soto. Fourth place, Jose Soto. British champion, Buckle, Hill Country Wastewater Services. Our reserve champion, British, KK Cattle Company. Class 6 black. Make your way to the holding pen, please. Class 6 black. Make your way to the holding pen, please.
Well, out here in your championship drive in the British class or British division, I guess 3 shorthorns is what we're looking at. It's kind of a shorthorn kind of day for the British. You know, the calf, the unclipped steer here that comes out of the lightweight. I've been talking to this young man off and on throughout the day. Really good young man. I've enjoyed visiting with him. Calf's just north of 1,000, like 1070, somewhere in there maybe. I'm not the boss. I'm not feeding him, not buying the feed or anything like that. But man, he got Houston written all over him, in my opinion. He's got good hair, and yeah, why wouldn't you take him to Fort Worth and try it? But that is an awfully nice, slick shearing steer because he does have the pieces you need, and he's the size you need to get there. Hard to compete at 1070 versus 1400 out here in a county show, but a really good calf, and I'm telling you, boy, he gets those feet put down right. He's as nicely designed through his chest, floor, neck as you can make one. Still a lot of shape to his muscle when you feel of him down his top. Maybe just a little bit shy of the condition he needs. And again, that's why I say maybe down the road somewhere is his best look. But that's a good one. Whoever helped you pick him out or wherever you found him, I'd go back there and find me another. That's a good one. The middleweight steer is one that was an interesting class, but he's the one that kind of logically got to the top for me. Again, we talked about his advantage in that class in terms of bone, foot size, muscle. You like all those things about him. He's certainly long enough necked and cool enough to his front end. He's not just eat up with really good down hair. He's kind of got that coarse hair on the outer side, maybe not a lot of stuff underneath there, but he's still got a really good look to him. And you get behind him, you got to like the squareness of hip and depth of muscle in that guy. The heavyweight steer, tipping in there at around 1440, I believe is what I'm told, which is, I mean, they're using them a lot heavier than that these days. I didn't grow up using them like that, but I know today that's certainly acceptable, so I'm not going to knock him for that. Big old stout calf, lots of top shape. Might be just a nickel past where he needs to be in terms of his finish for me. But that just edges him closer to that choice or prime grade. And so that, I mean, he carries it well. Probably could have just a little better set to his tail head as we compare him to the calves in front of him. Just a minor attribute, but 3 really good shorthorn steers. The one I guess that I like best today is going to be the one here in the middle. He'll be your champion in the British. And I don't know how many of you folks, probably a lot of people in here showing pigs and goats and sheep and all that stuff. And I stumbled on something. My daughter does some stuff on TikTok. Okay, I'm not promoting TikTok. But I saw a deal the other day where they were talking about how a judge talked about their animals. Y'all need to look that up. It's pretty humorous. So if I say something that you don't understand or you don't agree with or whatever, catch me after the show and we'll talk. But that particular little deal on TikTok is pretty funny about judges, and I have to appreciate it and laugh about it because you have to be careful in some of the terms you use and some of the things you say out here. Well, old Angus steer wants just to be a little knothead when he comes back out here now. He's been pretty good most of the day, but again, we liked him in class. I think that's a really nice steer. He gives up some in power to the shorthorn steer just behind him, but still a really good calf that certainly ought to have a good day in that Angus show at Fort Worth. But today I'm going to go with the heavyweight. I like the shorthorn steer. He's going to be your reserve in the British division. Congratulations to you and the other exhibitors here as well. I think a lot of power in this particular division. There's a lot of brands can happen in this breed. So congratulations to y'all.
Our results in the British. Receiving champion British sponsorship buckle from Hill Country Wastewater, Mr. William Zellhart. Out of Class 4, our reserve champion. Receiving the KK Cattle Company Reserve Champion British buckle. Out of Class 5, Mr. Huck Thomas. Class 6 black to the holding pen. Class 6 black to the holding pen, please. Class 6 black, start making your way to the holding pen. Class 7 black, start making your way to the holding pen.
Good class of exotics here. There's probably something you could call wrong with just about every one of these things as we've seen throughout the day. I mean, there's probably not the perfect beast out there, but the one that I like the best in this particular lineup is the young lady steer right here, the black and white steer. Just really nice to look at. I love his lines. I love the muscle thickness. I think plenty of bone. It's hard to tell. That's probably about as much hair as I've ever seen on one that wasn't in a cool room. I like to see him just a little bigger footed, maybe give just a little better on those rear pasterns, just to handle those. He just gets a little harsh at the ground for me, but I do like the steer a great deal. I think an excellent chance of getting this guy branded at Fort Worth, particularly if you get him in the right class. Good steer to lead off with in this class. The young man steer that comes next, I'm not sure he knows how good this calf is. He's really a nice calf. Needs the head up just a little bit to show to his best, to his advantage. Right now, you've kind of got it level with his top line. If you'll pull that jaw up just a little bit, I think he'll look a lot better. I love him through his forelimb. I love the way he balances through his underline and top line. Just a very complete little guy. He's not big, but he's very complete in the way he's built. I like that calf a great deal. The one that comes next in class, he's not the show steer maybe of the top 2 or 3 in this class, or the top 2 in this class, but when you handle him, he handles with the next most muscle. And when you look at him from behind, he's got the next closest amount of muscle to our top 2, and I like that about him. Just a little more common to look at. I think one that when you shear him, he may actually look better. He may look smoother for you when you get the hair off of him, because his hair is just a little bit coarse. But he does handle with good top shape. He takes a good step. Nice steer there in 3rd place. Now, the young lady that comes next, we had a little conversation. She gave me permission to say something, so I don't know where Mom and Dad are, but this is Sawyer. And if you didn't know, she's the last child, and it sucks to be the last child. Is that what you told me? That's priceless. All right. You're doing a good job with the calf. I'd like to see him with a little more muscle, Sawyer. He needs a little more of those high-price cuts down his top. He needs a little more width and dimension, expression of muscle as you look at him from behind. But there's a lot of potential in this guy, and I think if you're going somewhere down the road, management is everything. How you decide to manage him for Houston or San Antonio, Austin, wherever it might be, could determine whether or not he gets a brand on that cheek or on that hind end or not. But that's a good steer. Big bone, big-footed, good calf. Nice job. Enjoyed the visit. The young man that comes next, are both of these actually just a little bit small. They're playing in a game of big boys, and they're just not quite there yet. I think these could probably show here next year if you wanted to do that. I don't know what the game is or, you know, what y'all's feeding situation is. I like the look of this calf a great deal right here. He just not there yet. Just giving up too much. Likewise on the one here at the back. Like to see a little different attitude in him, but he hadn't been too bad. Hadn't been too bad out here. So 2 nice steers, really got a lot of potential in them. They're just not there today. So congratulations to everybody in this class. Like to see young ones out here showing. This is a kindergartner right here. Kindergartner. So we like to see the young ones come in the ring. Congratulations to all of them.
Last call, Class 7 black, last call. Our results, in Class 6 black, 1st place, Casey Adams, 2nd place, Ezra Studebaker, 3rd place, Dylan Lee, 4th place, Sawyer Dole, 5th place, Kason Hill, 6th place, Barrett London, Class 6, first and second place. Get back to the holding pen, please. First and second in Class 6. Back to the holding pen, please.
Nice class of exotic steers. We're going to start with the young man here that has the A&M insignia on his shirt. if that makes any sense. It's not why he's there. That's the best steer in this class, and to me, it's by a pretty good gap. I really love this calf in terms of his design. If you look at his top line, man, he just ties in so good on top of those shoulders all the way to that tail head. Just a straight line, very smooth, very complete. Love his underline, adequate bone, good angles up front, and plenty of muscle for me. I think that's just a nice show steer right there. Very complete, very honest show steer there. Has a little advantage over the ones behind him in terms of his hair quality. And you've done a great job of showing this guy as well. So a good steer that leads off. The steer in second is one he's not without fault, but he's not shabby either. I like this calf quite a bit. He's probably just a little leaner necked than our class winner. Doesn't have that great hair. So when you shear this guy, in terms of management from now to wherever, Houston or San Antonio, he can certainly make a very good slick shear steer. He's really pretty headed, pretty necked, good bone, sound, just needs a little more to him. I mean, a little more rib shape maybe, and I think more days at the feed trough are going to help this guy. He's probably not quite as complete in terms of his finish as our class winner, but still a really good calf there in second. Young lady steer here that concludes her class, man, she has done a phenomenal job of getting this calf fed. He is 1,642 pounds. So there's a lot of beef right here. And when you get behind him, you see a lot of it because he is really wide from behind, really deep in his quarter. He's big top, just a little bigger, maybe a little coarser than what I'd like for to place any higher in the class today. But she has done a great job of getting him to where he's at. Let's give him a round of applause in this class.
Our results, Class 7 Black. First place, Calvin Kinley. Second place, Jackson Kinley. Third place, Riley Coco. Class 8, AOB. Start making your way to the holding pen. Class 8, AOB. Start making your way to the holding pen, please.
Well, a really good set of black crosses. I love this black and white one when we came in the ring. Are there some things we could change about the guy? We said that earlier. Now, every one of them in here, we could. If we could change him, he might cut up just ever so slightly in his rear flank. I might make him just a little bit better in his underline. And I might make him hit the ground just a little softer with those back wheels. Is that a deal breaker? We'll see. He's awfully good. He's awfully good. He's sitting in here at 1090 is what she tells me. The calf behind him is 1286, roughly 200 pounds heavier and probably about 3 inches of hair lighter, but still good quality hair, good quality steer. And when you put your hands on these two, even though you're 1090 and you're 1286, the difference in top shape is not all that great. They're both big top. They're both very smooth in the way they handle. They've both been fed very well. But in the end game, I think 1286, if you take a calf that's 1090 and you take one that doesn't hit the ground just like you want him to, you may be taking this division out of the overall champion drive. And I don't want to do that. So this guy's going to be your champion in the black, and we're going to go back here and you'll be reserved.
Last call, AOB Class A. Last call, AOB Color Class 8. To the holding pen. Our results. The black, AOB Black. Our champion, Class 7, Mr. Calvin Kinley. Our reserve champion is Casey Adams, Class 6. Our buckles for the champion, AOB Black, Odell Excavation and Equipment. Our reserve champion for AOB Black, Sunset Construction and Excavation. Y'all be sure to tell these people thanks for helping us out here today. First call, Class 9, LB colored, first call. Make your way to the holding pen, please. Class 9, AOB color. Make your way to the holding pen. Class 9, AOB color. Start making your way to the holding pen, please.
Before I place these two, I want to just share with you kind of what I'm seeing here. Two really good steers, but they're two really different type of steers. The young lady here in purplish or what, I'm not great on colors, but anyway, whatever color this sweater is, really a nicely designed steer. He is super good through his chest floor and up through his, the way his neck ties up in through his shoulder. He's really long and extended there. Might not have quite the muscle expression of the calf just behind him, but I think there's plenty there. And then the calf behind him is one that when you watch him travel, he wants to get outside himself just a little bit, not crippled in any form or fashion. But the thing to me, the telltale thing on this pair of calves is this. You got one that looks like a fat steer, and you got one that looks like a prospect. So I think down the road, this guy is going to have tons of potential. He is built like you want one built. But this is the day for this one right here. So he's going to be your class winner, and you'll be second. A really good pair of steers. I just wanted you to see what I'm saying. I don't think this calf is crippled in any form or fashion. Gets a little forward on his pasterns, but he's just a little more of a fat steer today than the calf behind him. Man, I love that calf in second. Length of spine, the way he blends, just a nice beast. The butterscotch, I guess this is butterscotch. It comes next in class. Really hairy. I mean, from that standpoint, I mean, he's got everybody beat in terms of hair. But when you really start analyzing him, he gets really flat through that center and lower quarter. Like to give him just a little more punch back there, a little more expression from that tail head down to the base of his quarter. And if you do that, then he's up at the other end of this class. Good bone, good foot size, moves good, love his top line. Just like to see him with a little more muscle if he's going to get in the game with these two. Good job of getting him shown. Young lady that comes next, I think, showing 5 calves in here. Rayleigh has done a great job coming in here. Good job of feeding them all. None of them are too skinny, none of them are too fat. Just done a good job feeding these calves. This calf just gets a little plainer, maybe than the ones that are just ahead of him, but he's big boned, he's sound. I think a lot of good in that calf, just not the show steer, the ones going out the ring right now. The young man that concludes the class, really nice red steer. I don't know if he gets limmy or not, or what y'all may want to do with him. But he's another one of those like the one on the other end. I think his better days are behind him. I don't think he's one you rush out and put on a trailer to the sale barn. I think you manage this guy for an end point, and he's got a great chance, I believe, of branding somewhere down the line. He's sound. He's got enough muscle. Just a little plainer to look at than some of those in front of him. Good job. Congratulations to all of you in this class.
All right, last call, Class 9, AOB color. Last call, Class 9, AOB color. Our results in Class 8, AOB color. First place, Miss Kelsey Tovar. Second place, Miss Quincy Rain. Third place, Jackson Kinley. Fourth place, Riley Coco. Fifth place, Winston Rains. First call, Class 10, AOB color. First call, Class 10, AOB color. Make your holding.
folks, and all of y'all don't have the opportunity to do what I'm doing out here. And so, Lily, correct? Lily has a message that I think everybody needs to hear. All right? You remember what she said?
I love my brother just like I love showing.
She loves her brother. That's the first thing she told me. This is my brother and I love him. That's good stuff, folks. It's fortunate I get out here and get to hear that. Okay, thank you, Lily. And Emery, is it Emery? Okay. Just a little side note there, I had to do that. Well, that's how we're going to do them in this class right here. Lily, come back this way. Excellent class of crossbred steers. I think there's one out here that just about anybody can find. It kind of makes it unfair when you got one this good in comparison to what else is in here. There's some good cattle in here, but love the steer, the gold steer that we're going to start with. I love him more when I put my hands on him. Might be the nicest in terms of handling down his top of anything we've had in here today. I love the consistency in his muscle. I love the consistency in his finish. Just very appropriate to the touch. I like him a lot. Love the angles up through the front end. Plenty good through his neck, plenty of muscle, lots of balance, style, eye appeal, all those things you want to say. That's a good one that comes to the top. The middle pair is something that we could argue about just a little bit, I guess. They're both really good slick shearing steers. I like the calf that the young man's got, the little white face steer here, maybe just a notch better. I love his foot size. I love his the amount of muscle you see in this guy, in his quarter. I'd like to tone down that tail head just a little bit, all right? It just gets him a little bit off in terms of balance. When he walks, he wants to hold that thing up a little bit. But a nice steer. Gets a little awkward when you put him on the move. He's sound as he can be. He just looks a little awkward on the move, but a really good steer, a lot of good in that guy. The young lady, Penelope, our queen, just showing the other golden steer, butterscotch steer that we see in here today. Man, you gotta like the length of front, the top in that guy, and the muscle shape in him. When you get behind him, really slick shearing muscle. And I asked her why she didn't show one in here with hair, and she said, man, you got to show them some of them slick too. So this is going to make a really good slick steer for her. Maybe Austin, I think she said, or somewhere along in there. Good fronted. I sure think he's sound enough, and I love the length of side and the top shape you see in that guy. Nice steer there in third. Lily, you did a great job feeding this guy. He's not quite the show steer of these in front of you, but boy, he feels good when you put your hands on him. You've done a good job putting finish on him, and I hope you keep doing this. Congratulations to all you kids in here in this class. Let's give them a round of applause.
Last call, Class 10, AOB color. Last call, Class 10. Results. In our Class 9, first place, Miss Millie Powers. Second place, Mr. William Zellhart. Third place, Miss Penelope Soto. And fourth place, Lily Huckabee. I'll be needing first and second, class 9, class 8, making their way toward the holding pen, please. Class 8, class 9, you start making your way to the holding pen, please.
My problem in this class wasn't what was going to be first. It was what I was going to follow first with. So this guy kind of sets himself apart when you see him come in and when you handle him. There's just a lot, there's a lot to like in this guy. Is there a spot or two I might would change? Yeah, but we're not going to go into that because he's going to come back in here in a minute. Really a good beast. If you look at the way he ties in behind that shoulder and into the midsection and rear flank, you get behind him, there's just plenty of muscle. When you handle him, he's easily the nicest handling of what we have in here. And that's, to me, that's easy. Just a good show steer, and good job of getting him shown. Good job of homework, because he's on point. The steer in second, I love as well. The second nicest handling steer in the class, if you will. I love his front end. I love the top shape in this guy. Just a little more to the steer going out, to the butterscotch steer going out, but man, this is a good beast, slicker haired, probably better slick, to be honest. But that's a nice steer here in second place. Love. There was a time or two when he came in, he wanted to get a little forward in the rear pastern. He kind of got out of that as we worked the class. The last time we walked him, I didn't see him do that, but that's not a reason to kill one anyway. But a good steer and an awfully good job of getting him shown. Congratulations to you, young lady. Love this young man right here in third. Great attitude. He knew my opinion of not clipping them. And I'm going to tell you, that's a good steer. That's a real good steer. But if you want to know what beat you, it wasn't clipping. Go handle the top line on the first two that got out of here and then come back and handle yours. Now, I'm not saying yours can't be different in a week or two or three or whatever, but today he's not quite as full when you handle him right behind his shoulder, not quite as smooth and full as the two that went out ahead of him. And that's what got you. When you clip him, you're going to like him. I told you, come get me. I want to see him too. Nice steer, nice young man, and a great job of showing. I appreciate that about him, a good attitude all day today. The next two steers, the white steer that comes next, probably should have been in the last class. He just a little bit, just giving up a little bit of power and punched, if you will. I don't know what punch means, but giving up just a little power to those that went out in the top two places, but an awfully nice steer. And when you get this guy slicked in Austin or San Antonio or Houston, you're going to love it. Get ready, because you're going to probably walk up there pretty close to a branding iron, as might be my guess. That's a good beast there that stands forth in class. Young man, I've loved visiting with you today. Great attitude as well. You're a linebacker, right? Okay. I'd like to come see you play someday. The calf gets just a little chubbier fronted. And the reason he's a little chubbier fronted is because he's a little past 12 o'clock in terms of his fat cover. If you handle me right around here, I'm a little past where I need to be, and that's kind of what he is. He's just a little past 12 o'clock. And in a class this tough, you're breaking ties any way you can break them. And I hate to be last. I was there once upon a time in Fort Worth, and I didn't like it at all. So I feel for you. But that is a good steer, and when you know, there may be some things you can do before you slick him if you're going to slick this one. Boy, he's good hipped, awesome hip, and great muscle shape for slicking. You may just my opinion, may need to burn just a smidgen of fat off the guy, but that's a really good slick shearing steer. Best class of steers top to bottom we've seen today. Congratulations. Let's give them a round of applause for a really good set of steers.
I need all breed and reserve champions. Champions and reserve champions. To the holy men, please. All breed, reserve, and champions. To the holding pen, please.
What a class of yellow or white or whatever they call them, exotics. I mean, this has been awesome to get to judge this quality of cattle. I'm going to tell you, a couple of years ago, Lamar, I had a friend, a mutual friend, that told me when I came, he said, well, get ready. There won't be one or two good ones there. Do y'all remember those days? No? I called him on the way home, and I said, man, you're a liar. You need to get back out to that county show because there was several good ones last year, and I think it's doubled this time. The level of showmanship and the level of cattle is phenomenal. As we look at this lineup, I don't need to say a lot. I mean, heck, you could use any of these three and not gripe about it. But you know, the little white calf or smoked calf, he's not ready when we compare him to these two. That's not a secret. But he's a dang good one and a really good slicking one that wants to walk just a little outside himself off those hind wheels. Like to change that, and maybe you can do that. You may be management-wise, there may be some things you can do there to help that. But still a good beast and an awfully good showman right there, showing that guy too. The one in the middle, I love him in terms of his freshness and the way he handles. Plenty of bone and muscle shape for his size. He's sitting there at 1231. If I could change him, I'd probably give him just a little more rear flank relative to the calf behind him, but still not a nickel's worth of difference in top shape. And I mean, that's just a good beast right there. And again, a great showman. She just does a phenomenal job of getting this calf shown as well. Good steer, very well presented. The heavyweight steer, probably just a hair more bone, or maybe it's just a little more hair on the bone. I don't know, but he's getting a little hot on us right now. But boy, to be sitting in there at that 1440, what'd you tell me? Oh, excuse me, 1366. But love him through his forerib and center of his body. You know, I just can't look away from him. He's going to be your champion here. The butterscotch steer, the young lady right here, he'll be your champion. And I've looked at these steers over here in this lineup, and we're going to go right back here. He's going to be your reserve today. I just think that's a heck of a pair of steers.
Our champion in the ALB color class today, buckle donated by Lone Star Cattleman, Miss Kelly Adams. Our reserve champion, ALB colored, buckle donated by West San Marcos Dove Hunt Foundation, Miss Millie Powers, out of class 9. I need all breed champions and reserve champions to the holding pen, please. All breed champions and reserve champions to the holding pen, please. Attention in the cattle barn. I need all breed champions and reserve champions to the holding pen for the final drive, please. I need all champions and breed champions to the holding pen, please.
Well, before the week gets away from us, on behalf of all of us at FBG Live and StockShow.live, we just wanted to say a quick word of appreciation. It has been a great week of, I guess, great 2 weeks if you count the horse show, of the Hays County Youth Livestock Show. Thanks for having us out again this year, and we'll be right back here pretty soon with the Market Steer Grand Champion Drive. And don't forget, the weather looks like it's going to be hideous on Saturday, so why not join us online if you can't make it out here to the ranch park. I believe we'll be starting the auction right around 10 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken. Let me look at my calendar here. Yeah, it looks like 10 a.m. is the awards, 10:30 the auction will begin. So we hope to see you Saturday out here at the ranch park or online at stock-show.live. Thanks again.
Our little break's over with. We are ready for the drive in the steer barn. Here we go, folks.
Yes. Well, let's give these exhibitors out here a round of applause that have made it to the top. Man, it's been some hard work here. I mean, not hard physically, but mentally. trying to analyze these things. And, you know, this is the 45th year, I think, that I've done this. Not here, but somewhere in the state of Texas or another state. And it never gets old. It never gets old. And, man, what a great group of kids have come through here today. I really appreciate their visiting with me, their smiles, their nods, their reassurances that everything's good. And just a phenomenal group of kids. It's really an honor to be able to do this, and I thank y'all for letting me come do it. I do appreciate that. In this lineup today, you know, the young lady down here in the green sweater, I don't know if he's going to be an American or not, but if he is, he's a pretty dang good one. I love the soundness in him. I love the hip, the front end. Just a really good beast. And that young lady, Cass probably getting a little agitated now, but just a really good steer with a young lady that's done a great job showing. I remember this young man last year. I think you might have been playing in the dirt some. You were just a little bitty tyke last year. You've grown a little, but I still remember the smile. I still remember those long locks that you got covering your ears and touching your collar. And you're doing a really good job, a lot better job showing this year, and I appreciate that about you. Good steer, sound, big top, really square hipped. I like that about him. Just doesn't have quite the hair coat maybe that some of them, but that's not the reason you win or lose here. I mean, that thing right there will slick and look really good, and you do an awesome job of getting him set, and I appreciate that. The black steer, I was telling this young man, I was standing over on the sideline, and someone said, you know, that black calf's just a pretty dang good calf, and yeah, he is. Very solid. There's really not a big hole in this calf, in my opinion. One that, you know, in the right class, right judge, they're going to love him. He is a good beast. Then the exotic, or the golden exotic or yellow, whatever you want to call them. I mean, this guy just oozes with muscle and bone, and when you handle him, just a tremendous top line in him and really smooth, as is the black steer. They both handle very well. All of these in this particular lineup do. You know, you just sit here and look and think, man, all the work that went into getting them here from parents and leaders, teachers, and ag teachers and county agents. And, man, I remember those days, but I don't miss them a whole lot. I'm just glad I get to be out here. And I don't know, I don't have glitter, so I'm not going to throw any glitter. But I will ask you what it means to have the champion steer.
Good. Thank you so much.
This young lady has done a tremendous job today, so congratulations to you. All right, we got another one to bring in here. You bring this yellow calf in here, man, he is striking to look at. And when he came in his class, I thought, man, there's your champion right there. Until the butterscotch one came in. And then he became reserve champion. So congratulations.
Yeah.
She doesn't want to talk. Love this guy, the soundness, tremendous. They're not the same beast. And I've told you, I think trends are overrated. But those are two awfully good steers, and I do love them both. So congratulations to those two young ladies. Where's the guys in this deal? Where are you guys at? The girls kind of kicked your rear today. So congratulations to them, and I guess we'll be ready for showmanship here in just a moment.
2026 Grand Champion Steer, Miss Callie Adams. Out of Class 10, Reserve Grand Champion, Miss Millie Powers out of Class 9. Grand Champion Market Steer belt buckle donated by Ozona Bank. Our Reserve Champion Market Steer, Chad and Mandy Thomas. We're going to take a little time, get some pictures with the judge, and we'll start back here in a little bit with senior showmanship. Senior showmanship. Start getting ready. Senior showman. Looks like we're about to wrap up the pictures. I'll start getting ready. Last call, senior showmanship. Last call. Juniors, start lining up. Intermediates, I'm sorry. Intermediate. You'll be following the seniors.
Great job by seniors. I knew I was going to dread this. I hate, they're not any losers in showmanship, okay? There's not. It's just one man's opinion. My opinion is that everybody in here has done a fantastic job. Appreciate the job they've done. There's only one guy out here that's actually, we got a guy helping a young lady, but we've only got one guy in here doing showmanship, and he's done a stellar job. He's a junior in high school. Now let's see, are you a senior? Senior, junior, freshman or sophomore? Sophomore, senior, senior. Where's all the others that were showing steers? Were you scared? Because I would have been. This is a stout group. It is getting down in the day when cattle are ready to go back to the stall or ready to go exercise or ready to go eat, and probably a lot of you people are too. So I'll try not to speak too long, but there's always somebody that just kind of sticks out to you with your style, and so there's a way to do your homework on a style a judge likes. Now, I don't know anybody in here that's done that. You might or you might not have. But there's certain things I like that maybe somebody else may have taught you to do differently. And it's good if you know the judge that's coming, go figure out what that guy likes if you really want the showmanship buckle. And I asked them what they get for winning, and one of them said pride. And that may be more important than the buckle. You can go tell everybody, hey, I won it. I won showmanship. But most of you in here, I think, have won buckles before of some persuasion or another. But there is one that kind of stood out to me throughout the day, and she's wearing green. And she's going to be your champion senior showman today. I know she's won it before, but just love the style that she gives you, the confidence, the poise that just says, I know what I'm going to do next, whether you like it or not. So great job. Appreciate the smile. I wish she's going to A&M, but she said she's going to Tech, so that's okay. Great job, but hey, the rest of you, awesome throughout the line too. And if you'd like to know what I think about, if you're a senior, it doesn't matter what I think. You're done. But great job, and thank y'all for coming back out here.
'26 champion show person in the cattle division, Miss Shelby Cox. Senior Showmanship Buckle 2026, donated by Southwest Directors. Mr. Terry Oak, his wife Joan. Last call, intermediate showman, last call. Intermediate showman to the show pen, please.
Let's give our intermediates a round of applause, please. There's just 4 of them, but they've all done a great job today. I know they're tired and the cattle are tired. Once again, there's not a loser in my opinion. There's just someone that maybe suits the style I like better. And without a lot of words, I'm just going to tell you it's this young man right here. I appreciate the job he's done throughout the day. He'll be your champion intermediate. Congratulations, young man.
(2026) intermediate showmanship champion in the cattle division, Mr. Laramie Dole. Buckle donated by the Huckabee family in memory of Mike Huckabee. Clover Showman, start making your way to the holding pen, please. Clover Showman, start making your way to the holding pen.
Well, these juniors are always fun. It's some of the answers were pretty good. There, two of them got the question right, and two of them did not. I'll let them tell you your answers. But there's always things to improve on. I don't care if you are a senior, and so I wanted to visit with each one of them and tell them what I saw that maybe they could do better. Because I don't want to embarrass somebody on the mic if I don't have to. And there were some things that cost a kid or two in here that they did wrong, and so I want them to know one-on-one from me, not necessarily in front of everybody else. You could pick any of the four and probably justify it. But the one that I'm going to use today is the young lady down here with the black. So I love the fact that when I'm talking to you, you look me straight in the eye and answered the question correctly. There were some things that could have been better, but you won. Today, you're the big winner. Congratulations, Sawyer. Is that right? Is it Sawyer? Okay, congratulations, Sawyer. Again, thank y'all for having me here today. Enjoyed it. Here.
I'll take.
Our 2026 junior show person with a buckle donated by Laney Construction, Miss Sawyer Dole.
Awesome job. Let's give them a round of applause for these three. So I got granddaughters, so their favorite color is pink. That doesn't mean you're going to win. It just means my granddaughters like pink. All three of y'all have done fantastic. You're like 6 and 7 years old. So it's fantastic to see them out here. You know, I know this young man, this calf's running him around the ring right now, but he's going to be your winner. He's the one that I think has done an awesome job. I love the intensity that he shows in his eyes. He looks at you. He wants to win. And I know you girls do too. I know you girls do too. But I just like the way you've done your work today. This guy's kind of beating you up just a little bit, but you didn't lose your composure. You grabbed him and you yanked that halter, and he knows your 48 pounds are in charge, right? Congratulations to you.
(2026) Clover Showman. Buckle donated by Anna Grace Husted, Mr. Huck Thomas.